Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Almost the last Tuesday of November. Got a few more to go. Well, actually, one more. 27th. Yeah. Got one more Tuesday to go. Anyway, welcome to today's Microsoft Flight Simulator live stream. I am your host and pilot, as always, Uncle B. Today we are continuing our journey in the Junkers 52. I'm just trying to check something here. I'll be in the chat in just a moment. We'll get started. This is what happens when you take a day off from streaming. You can't remember how to use stuff. All right. Okay. All right. Anyway, so today's flight. Let's see. Here is the route, and here is the server. I have checked. It is on Southeast Asia. I did check that just a moment ago before we went live. We're taking off from runway 15. That's our headwind, and then we're going to hang a right and head for our first VOR DME right here. This is, I think, our second shortest leg. Our first short, our only short leg today will be once we get to SDO and turn in towards the airport there. So first leg is only like 80 something nautical miles, I think. Maybe less than that. 87. And then we have a huge chunk from LKT to BOI, Boise, Idaho. We're going to skip right over Idaho. Basically, we're going to land right here in the northern part of Nevada. This little airport here. Then tomorrow, we're going to scoot across. We're going to land. There's a little municipal airport right. Nope, that's not it. Where'd it go? No. Anyway, we're going to land at a little municipal airport here somewhere. In Utah, and then next week we'll continue on back up towards the north, and then so we're gonna have to just basically kind of hit all the Midwest states along the way as best as we can. We're probably gonna just try to hit little corners of it in order to keep making our way back east. So yeah. But anyway, let me get back to the chat here in case nobody's here yet. But a couple of people are lurking, but nobody said hi yet. Okay, that's cool. No worries. So yeah, we'll get started. Wait about 7 o'clock Eastern, noon UK, and I'll spawn in. Actually, we'll wait till about 5 after 7. So 5 after 12 UK, and then I'll spawn in. I've already got the stuff set up, the weight and the fuel's already in the plane. Should be. Yep. So we'll spawn in and get on our way and get our stuff dialed in for our nav aids, and then we'll be on our way. So, and we'll set the time. I've already got the weather set for few clouds, as always. And then we'll set the time once we're on the ground. And then we'll be on our way. It's saying about a 4-hour flight. I think we'll do it in about 3... I'm guessing about 3:40 will be our flight time today. We got 2 huge chunks there. One is 120, we'll say 127, another one's 153 ish. So 152, 153. So yeah, we got some flying to do today, and then we'll get it on the ground, wrap it up for the day, and we'll be back tomorrow and go from there. So hopefully everybody's doing well. All you lurkers, come on and say something. I know it's morning, afternoon for some folks. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Otherwise, I'm going to sit here and talk to myself, and you don't want that. Yeah, we'll get started in about 15. We'll get on the ground, or we'll spawn in about 15 minutes. Let's see. So yeah, good flying this week. Next week, I don't envision any shifts to the schedule, so it'll be Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week. I'll put all that together. I'm going to try to get that knocked out today, probably for all of next week's stuff. At least get everything written down so I know where we're going. I only know Friday's flight for sure, which will be Chicago to Newark Liberty. It turns out I was looking at the flights from Chicago to JFK. Now I would think it would be the opposite. From Chicago to JFK, I would think like an A319, A320, something like that. It's all regional stuff, like the Embraers or the Bombardiers. All regional jet stuff. Whereas going to Newark, it's the A319, A320, stuff like that. 737 eights. Oh, excuse me, I gotta blow my nose. So Friday's flight actually will take an A319 for United Airlines. I've got the flight number already. I've got the gates and everything, so we're going to try to take off at least from the correct departure gate for the flight out of Chicago O'Hare, and then we'll push back and all that. What I found out, and I didn't know this, and I had to do some research. That's why last week I was trying to figure out why. Things were going the way they were going. It turns out that the add-on airports that I had purchased over this past year were causing some kind of a conflict with the ground cruise stuff. So I had to remove all those in order for us to have like all of our regular ground equipment, which is kind of strange, but that's just the way it is sometimes. I don't know why, but it is what it is. So I've got that already taken care of, so we'll have our regular stuff for pushback tug and everything. We won't have to wonder if we're going to have all of our stuff. So that should work now, and all that. So I had some neat little airports set aside, possibly for future purchase, but I thought, no, I can't risk it now because I don't know if it's going to conflict with anything. So it's either I buy them or I reinstall the little airports, but I'm not flying in and out of them, so it's not like they're necessary for me to have in order to, you know, be able to have a to fly. So, or it's not like I was planning on flying in and out of them, but yeah. But there's some other ones that I was thinking about, but it's like either I get them and I have to uninstall them every time I want to do a jetliner flight, or I just don't buy them for now until something gets resolved. So I don't know why it happened that way, but it did. So, all right, about 10 more minutes, folks. 10 minutes, and we'll get started. Yeah, I feel like I'm just gonna keep talking to myself since nobody wants to say hi. At least say hi to somebody. I mean, that's always a nice thing, huh? Don't you think? Watch. Mark my words. As soon as I spawn in and try to get my stuff set up, that's when y'all are gonna start talking in the chat. Not now, when we got time to talk. You guys are a finicky bunch sometimes, I tell you. So yeah, next week we got that flight, and then I got to plan out for the new year. Um, I know we still have some legs to go still on the Route 66. We'll alternate on the South America and the jetliner stuff. I got a plan, kind of think ahead for a Saturday stream or once a month. So that way, for those who cannot fly with me during the week because of work or whatever else, we'll do a Saturday flight. We'll do a jetliner, um, and then yeah, we'll go from there. So yeah. So yeah, tomorrow's flight shouldn't be nearly as long as this one today. Uh, we're going from here almost pretty much straight across, I think, into it's not let's see, which is it? Just called South Valley Regional. Okay. Yep, that's it right there. Uniform 42 is our destination for tomorrow. So right there. So it'll be a couple hours at least in the air. Now we may have to kind of. I know there's some mountainous areas there, so we may have to kind of wiggle our way through till we get there. Depends on how crazy the terrain is, but anyway. All right, about 6 minutes. We'll get going. Matter of fact, since we're waiting, we might as well just get a commercial break in. Oh, and excuse me. And once we're in the air and getting on our way, we'll have a bit of a story time. For those of you who like to hear a story, we'll have a bit of a story time. All right. Let's see. Is there anybody? Well, I guess. Well, might as well just. Oh, I think I'm going to pop in a minute early so we can get going here. Weights are all set. Refresh the stream there. All right. Yep, I think we'll just go ahead and pop in and get ready to go. Oh, I gotta do some shout outs too. We'll do that once we're in the air. I wanna really impress upon you the first shout out. Well, all right. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's get our time set. There we go. All right, there's that. Let's get our lights. Wing lights. Let's see, where's our first one? Hey, how are you? Are you doing awesome? Give me just a second here. 1, 3, 5. Don't have to change much on that. Oh, and our first heading will be 218. Yeah, I try to be awesome. I try. I don't know. Sometimes it seems like I come up a little bit short. I don't know. Let's go. There we go. Get that. And, oh, let's get our candy little map. There we go. All right. I think we are all set otherwise. We'll get a shot in the air once we're off the ground. Just laying in bed in disbelief that tomorrow's my. Oh, well, yeah. Sometimes that's just the way it works, you know. What can you do? Right, let's go ahead and get a little bit of mixture. Lean it just a bit since we're already at 5,000 feet. All right, there's that, and Okay, so it's already picking up our distance, so that's good. All right, I think we are all set otherwise. So let's go ahead and get going. It's an automatic thing, Os. It was part of the update. That was the only. Uh, there was an update, but it wasn't like what I was expecting. I think they fixed the flight model a little bit, but they added in this little handy dandy pad. But it doesn't include like an autopilot thing or anything like that. So it's if you just download the update for the Junkers, it should be already there. Away we go. Now it's already showing that we can turn to the right there. Alright, forgive me folks, I'm gonna have to like ignore the chat until I can get us past over these little mountains here. On and out of Bert, Mooney here in Butte, Montana. Almost. All right. All right. Take care, Os. Sorry, I was trying to make sure we were heading the right direction here. All right. That's where we this is not before. I'm thinking it's a. Excuse me, I think it's a weight thing in this aircraft. Like if I put people in every seat, I put weight in every seat on this aircraft, aside from what's already there for the pilot, co-pilot, and the flight engineer / navigator. It's weird. It doesn't want to. Normally we've been able to climb. It's like it's not a big deal, but I don't know. It's one of those weird things. But anyway, all right. So once we're make sure we're kind of on track here. do some shout outs and then we'll do story time. Of course, it's going to nose over. Yeah, look at that. Boy. All right, so let's do some shout outs first. Please do, if you haven't already, and I think most of you have, please go give a follow to Scruffy Tam. He's doing some amazing things today. I think it's later today. Sometime today. I don't remember the time exactly, but I'm thinking it's later this afternoon or this evening. There was a young lady, 10-year-old girl, who, terminal cancer, turns out, and he's trying to raise money for her family to help with some of the medical costs and everything. She passed away a couple weeks ago now. So he was trying to, they thought she was gonna, things were gonna turn around and everything, and unfortunately it was too late. It was a rare form of cancer, and it was not able to do other than make her comfortable. So yeah, he's doing a stream today for charity. For those of you who are charity minded, if you can do something, please help out. If you can't, it's understandable, but he's trying to use the positivity of the community to help this family out in this unfortunate time. I think you guys have heard me talk about it before. Scruff was in the chat last week. We talked about it a little bit. The fact that this unfortunately happened during the holidays, coming up to the holidays, and that's not, I can't imagine that'd be easy for any parent to deal with. So yeah, if you can support the charity in any way, greatly appreciate it. Whatever you can give is greatly appreciated. So yeah, please go give the Soxiest streamer on Twitch a follow, and if you can support him, like I said today, when he does that flight, I don't know what time, I think it's later this afternoon. Very much appreciated. Secondly, I want to give you a shout out, I want to give a shout out to Ali Baumgartner. Baumgartner. There we go. I'm going to say Baumgartner. Ali Baumgartner. I met her when I was a student and also working at the community college a couple years ago. Fantastic young lady. She's getting her bachelor's in film right now. I don't know what college she's going to, but she just posted over the weekend. She posted a video on her YouTube channel, a little short film that she had done. Give her a follow over on YouTube there. She's working very hard to try to get get her name out there in the film community. So if there's any way you can support her as well, not financially, but just spread the word. I told her, and she didn't respond, but I said, I'll give you some shout outs and try to grow her YouTube channel. She doesn't have a lot on there yet, but I'm sure she will continue to post more stuff as she can to get her her work out there. So if you can support her in any way by giving her a follow, I'd greatly appreciate that. That way you can say, hey, I was there when she was up and coming on YouTube, and so yeah, please. I think she's going to go places, and if you can help her go places, I'd greatly appreciate that. I don't know if she has a Patreon or anything like that, if she takes donations. Didn't see anything on her YouTube channel, but I'm sure she does. It'll be there somewhere. Yeah, if you can help out with that, that'd be fantastic. Let's see, what else is there? We'll start with there for now. I'm sure I'll come up with some other shout outs. Just under 69 nautical miles to go to our first navigation aid there. Still struggling to climb. I'm guessing, like I said, I think it's just a weight. And either I'm guessing it wrong or I don't know. Let's see. Who else to give a shout out to that is in need of some support, either on Twitch or YouTube. Did we already talk to somebody once we've been in the air? I think we did. This thing is just all kinds of weird today. Yeah, I think I just need to put a little bit of weight in the back, and then nothing, like 4 seats, maybe put some weight in the back, and that's about it. If I filled the other seats, it's like I can't find a good balance to get this plane to climb and act appropriately. I don't know. Yeah. No. Let's go this back just a little bit more, maybe that. It's already up. Wait till story time after we get past this first navigation aid there, our VORDME, and I think the other two are Vortex the rest of the way. And Nevada before we went. little bit. About 11:05. Feel like we were So if Scruff was in the chat, I'd tell him he could post the link for it. I think it's a GoFundMe or something. Infidel Fireman was in the chat. He knows how to find the information. Bell last night. I was putting that together to make sure There we go. Yeah, that's it. Getting pushed all over the place here. I don't know what's going on. Winds are just kicking me all over the sky today. thing to climb in, and it doesn't. It's like, no, I can't be bothered. There he is, Infidel Farman. Hey, Infidel, if you would, could you post a link to the Scruff's fundraiser for the young girl who passed away? If you could put that in the chat, please, and thank you. I greatly appreciate it. Try to spread the word about that as much as possible to help Scruff, help the family. Almost 45 minutes. If it won't let you put it, it should. But if not, if you whisper it to me, I'll copy and paste it in there. Just, yeah. Okay, I'll put this in. Thank you. Appreciate it. Alright, there we go. Thanks. Yeah, anything anybody can do, whatever you can give if you can, it's all greatly appreciated. Times are tough for... you're welcome. Glad to try to help spread the word about this and help Russ raise some money for the family. Whatever he can do, I'm sure he's, that's what he'll do. So. Might be kind of I know this week is probably going to be a bit of a quiet week. A lot of people have family over, or they're traveling. May not be able to. I'll try to keep posting that so that whenever I stream, so that whoever's here, if they can spread the word as well. That'd be greatly appreciated. But I'm kind of feeling like today's going to be one of those quiet weeks, even though I've got 5 people. Only you and Oz have been chatting in the chat, Fireman. And true to form, I was like, no, I was here at 6:45. Nobody said boo. And as soon as I spawned in, there's Oz in the chat. And I'm like, yeah, it was cold. It's been cold here. We lucked out. I had to go up to Syracuse yesterday for an appointment, and luckily the roads were pretty clear. We didn't really encounter any snow or anything on the way, which was good. Um, it was just, the hurry up and wait stuff because it was a VA appointment. Of course, the VA, you get there early, and it's not like oh yeah, you're here early. Well, we'll go ahead and take you now since you're here. Oh, yeah, yeah, it was cold. We'll try to get the high of 2 on Thursday. Well, I think at night it's been getting down in the teens. We've not hit below the teens yet, but I envision the next couple months we're going to get it's going to get even colder. Just under 38 nautical miles. So we're more than halfway to our first nav aid there. Oh yeah, I put it on slow mode because sometimes I don't see stuff, and I'm trying to like if somebody says something, if there's a lot of people, it goes very quickly. So then it's like I have to try to scroll back up to see what they said, and then it's like sometimes I go way past it, and then it's like trying to find it. So I just put it on slow mode, so that gives me a chance to kind of keep an eye on things because I generally have two moderators in the channel as well, and they're not here right now as far as I can tell. They've not popped in and said hello, so I never know really sometimes when they're going to be here. So I put it on slow mode for myself as well, but it does have I did put like an auto mod on as well, just to be on the safe side that if there's anything a bit strange in the chat, I have a chance to deal with it. So because it's easy for me when I'm trying to fly and get the plane going the right direction. It's easy for me to miss stuff. Yeah, I think too that since it's the holidays, a lot of my moderators might be otherwise engaged with family stuff, and so it's kind of like one of those times of the year where you just feel like, well, maybe streaming is just should go on the back burner until after the holidays because you just never know how many people are going to pop in and engage in the stream. So oh yeah, I'm sure my folks might have felt that. They're not near Eureka, but they may have felt some of the aftershocks all the way up there north of Chico. I'll call my folks later on, see what happened. Otherwise, I'm going to get a call from my dad. Did you hear about what happened on the West Coast? Yeah, I love my dad to death sometimes, but he just, you heard from anybody on the West Coast? My first thought is, oh crap, something's happened. Oh, why? Do you know something? I don't know anything. Well, then why are you asking me like something's wrong? Yeah, Reading, yeah, but they're past Reading, but they may have felt some minor aftershocks past that. It's not uncommon, but if not, I'm sure they're it's probably been all over the news, or it will be when they get up. I don't know when it happened, but I'll call them later on today once, because it's only like 4:30 in the morning there on the West Coast. So I'll call them later today and see what happened, because I know my dad will probably, as soon as he hears about it, he'll be on the phone to me, and then he'll be like, "Yeah, well, where, Dad? Not living under." Oh, hello, Bex. It's going just fine, as well as can be expected. We're just under 30 nautical miles to our first navigation aid somewhere out yonder, and we've got quite a long bit of flying to do today. So we're just cruising along here, enjoying the scenery between Butte, Montana, and northern Nevada. I think we're on our way through Idaho, Boise. We'll be into quite a bit of flying to do. You well, Bex. Hopefully the visits aren't causing you any grief. Thanks for stopping by while you can. Tell them, you know what? I want to lay in today. I just want to lay on the couch, take a rest. Let's have a me day. Can I have a me day? Only kids overexcited. Ah, yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, we'll have story time here once we're at our first navigation point there. Let's see, just this picture. Oh, I meant to tell you last night. You went to sleep, and then Pulse did a few more things, and then he called it a night. But I did block that little Santa person over in his chat. I couldn't deal with him, because it was just like every time Pulse is on Assassin's Creed, it was like he was just ignoring the request for no spoilers, and I know it got bad last week, towards the end of last week. Yeah, but yeah, I had to block it, because anybody who comes in is. If they say hi and they're just kind of chilled, that's fine. But anybody who starts like, oh, you should, and it's like I just automatically block them, because I'm not that I'm a mod, but it's just like I'm not even going to deal with their inability to just follow a simple request, like no spoilers. Do you think Santa's going to bring you a PS5 this year, Bex? Yeah. That's why I was like the other day, like I know Mick didn't say him specifically, but he did say like, he'd been warned twice about his behavior. Because I know Mick put it all in caps, and he just doesn't seem to want to listen to a simple thing like this. You don't have to spoil everything for everybody. Just because you know what's going to happen doesn't. it's unfortunate. People can't understand something like that. Because you would think, once somebody says it one time, you would think usually, like, okay, I got it, I won't do it anymore. And it was weird because he would say that, right? Oh, I understand, I won't do it, I won't do it. And then it was just like anyway. That, the funny thing is, games like that, people see people playing it, and they're just, oh, I'm gonna go in here and help this person out, and we'll be best friends forever. It'll be great. And, oh, I'm sure, Pulse is one of those people, like, if he's like, I'm stumped here and I don't know what to do, does anybody have any ideas? I'm sure he'd be happy to say that, but that's not been the case recently with the, just like the thing with last night with the sheep or the goats or whatever that he was trying to kill to get that one thing to. It's one of those crazy situations. And I think what we need to do is step away for just a moment. I think we're doing pretty good. Otherwise, yeah, let me step away for just a moment, folks. I'll be right back, and then we'll get ready here shortly for story time. No, we're going a little bit off track there. Good thing I almost filled the tank up so that we have plenty of fuel in case stuff like this happens. All right, almost there to our first location. So past that, I got to get to turn next. 11330. Oh, so not a huge change. So we'll have to change one of the two numbers. Ooh, while we're doing that, while we're sure we get back online here, so we'll get a picture here real quick. Right there. We got the sun, we got just a little sliver of the moon, we got some nice clouds and color in the sky. I like it. There we go. Yay, us. Oh, real quick, I did see, so that flow thing from Parallel 42 that I was talking about last week that Scruff had showcased. I think Two-Tone showcased it. Quite a few of the big streamers have showcased it already on their channels, especially on the PC side, because it's easier for them to get a preview build. It is available now. PC, it's already available. It's $15 for the essential version, $25 for the pro version. Xbox is still going through the marketplace shenanigans over there for the Xbox side. We're only going to get the $15 version on the Xbox side. So that is pending still. So once it's cleared the hurdles there at Microsoft, we'll get that on the Xbox. So yeah, it'll replace this whole thing right here. So that's the premises behind it. All right, we are 6 nautical miles out. Almost just precise. Is right there. Lima Kilo Tango. And it's just a small adjustment as far as our direction for our vortac there, our first vortac, first of 2 long legs on this flight. That it really makes any difference, but we're trying to get in that good habit of checking this kind of stuff. should be our nav aid right there. VORDME right there on the top of that. Yep, that's it right there. Alright, let's go ahead and dial in our next one. It'll probably be quite some time before we pick up that signal. Nope, there it is. Nope. Made a liar out of me. Alright. So, story time. Story time. So, we're not too distant past. We don't have to say the date. Years, but we were deploying to Iraq, right? This is when I was on first to it, and I got picked. Now this is so advanced party, right? The theory is of advanced party, or they call it advon, but it's advanced party. You go ahead of everybody else, right? And the premise is you go there and you kind of help prepare for the arrival of what they call the main body. Everybody else is coming behind you, right? But you try to get some things set up, kind of get a quote unquote lay of the land, so to speak. You get your it's like when you go to the field, it's basically you kind of designate where things are going to go, and all that. And so I got picked to go advon. So we went to Kuwait first, and then from there I went from Kuwait into Iraq to our it was called FOB Falcon, Forward Operation Base Falcon. That's where we spent probably just about half or maybe a little more than half of our time in Iraq was at Falcon, and then towards the end we closed it down and went to over to Baghdad to wait out the rest of our time and all that. So I got there, and basically what they wanted was pictures of all the equipment that we had assigned to our medical company, so all the vehicles, and then also kind of like the layout of the aid station that we were gonna be operating out of. What was the layout, so that way some people, if they were like, well, we're gonna make some small changes once we get there, they already had an idea of what they had to work with, and what they could try to improve upon it once we officially took over, and all that. So I got there, and it wasn't, it didn't take a long time to get all that information, to find all the vehicles and get pictures, send pictures back, and of the vehicles and the aid station and everything. Now we did it all through secure messaging, so like a secure email, so that way it wouldn't be compromised or anything like that. But that way my leadership had an idea of what was what we had to go work with, and So I do all that, and didn't take, like I said, it didn't take very long. I think the first day was just a matter of me kind of getting caught up on a little bit of sleep, uh, checking in with the unit that we were replacing, just kind of getting an idea, talking to the commander of that unit, and kind of getting a feel for things. And so anyway, it was pretty chill. It wasn't like a big deal, uh, you know. 'Cause in theory, like Advon, there's some work to do, but once if you kind of like uh, you don't get everything done right away. Look at it. Everybody suddenly dips out on story time. Oh my goodness. Anyway, so uh, so yeah, we do that. I got all that pretty. It didn't take long to do, and so now this happened later in the week because this what the story I'm telling you is like right around Christmas Eve, right? Or just before Christmas Eve, the day before. So like the day before, which would be the 23rd, which would be Thursday, right? Wait, is it Thursday? No, Friday. Yeah, Friday. I'm sorry. I don't know why I keep thinking today's Monday. Anyway, so basically they said, "Hey, we're going on a convoy tomorrow. Do you want to go?" And I said, "Yeah, sure." Now, two things. One, the main thing is I didn't ask for permission. I didn't contact my leadership and say, "Hey, the unit we're replacing, they're doing a convoy. They asked if I wanted to go. Is it cool?" Didn't ask for permission. Right? I didn't even think about it because it's like, oh, sure, okay. Because I didn't, I'm just like, yeah, let's drive around. No big deal. So all day I'm not even thinking about it, right? I'm just like, yeah, sure, put me on the list. I'll go with you guys. What the heck? Why not? Then later on, when it's bedtime, and I'm like, I got it because I had to go to sleep at a reasonable hour because we were gonna get up early, do our convoy brief, and you check over your equipment. And there's like a whole bunch of stuff you do before you go outside the wire. And so suddenly, I'm trying to go to sleep, and that little voice in my head goes, "You dummy, what's tomorrow?" And I'm Christmas Eve. Oh, Christmas Eve. Uh-oh. Yeah, you numbskull, what were you thinking? Because then my thought was, well, if something were to happen Christmas Eve, whether I'm injured or killed, I'm like, as far as I knew, Christmas would be ruined forever for my mom. Because it would always, be Christmas Eve. So, well, that was the day that Rob was killed, or that's the day he was seriously injured, and so I'm like, so I'm like, well, it's too late now. I can't like go and say, I don't want to go now. And then it dawned on me like, plus you didn't ask for permission. So not only is your mom going to be tore up if something happens to you, but then the command is going to be unhappy with you because you didn't check with them to say, hey, is it okay if I go? Right? So I did not sleep very well that entire night. So I got up and I'm just like, okay, just it is what it is. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. There's not much I can do about it. If it, kind of like the feeling of, well, if it's your time, it's your time. There's no matter what you do, no matter how much you prepare for it, if it's your time to go, it's your time to go, and that's just how it is. And so so we go and sync rate rating with a party of 51. Thank you, Sync. Appreciate that. Welcome to the Uncle B Sim channel. Welcome, Raiders. Nice to have you all here. I'm your host and pilot, Uncle B. Today we are in the Junkers 52. We departed from Bert Mooney Airport in Butte, Montana. We are headed towards Winnemucca in northern Nevada. We're doing a tour across America in the Junkers 52. So thank you. Thank you, Sync Great, for the raid. Greatly appreciate that. Welcome, everybody. Hopefully you're having a good Tuesday. Happy holidays to you. Yeah, welcome, everybody. So yeah, technically Mondays and Wednesdays I fly the Junkers 52. We're on leg 28 today of our, we started at JFK International Airport in New York, and we made it all the way to the West Coast, and now we're just kind of zigzagging across America. Ah, good. Recently, little Jimmy Mac, I think about a week or two ago was when they did the update. So they added that in. There is not an autopilot system on there, but it does help with the navigating, so you don't have to have like that VFR map. Hey, Airspeed Live, thank you for the chat. So yeah, this came out, I think it was almost 2, maybe 3 weeks ago now. I forget, but yeah, it was like early December sometime. I think it was on the 8th. It wasn't last week. I think it was on the 8th. It does have access to charts, I think. Let me go here. I think it does. Let me see if I can. Maybe not. It may. Well, maybe under tools. No. Maybe not. No, it doesn't have anything like that. It just has the map, kind of like what you would have with the Garmin. It just doesn't have the autopilot stuff. That's all. So it does help if you're doing flying. You can. What companies? Nobody uses it. There's only one flying one that is like the retrofit model. They used to fly, I think, in Berlin, possibly. It was like a very little. You would pay for like a 30-minute flight, kind of around Berlin, I think. No, I flew. What happened was, so I did a flight in the Junkers 52 where it was an old Deutsche Lufthansa route from Berlin down to Greece, and then I started a route from Amsterdam to Indonesia. The problem, I did that in the Fokker F-7B, but that one, the plane was just too crazy. You know, like the flight model was just all kinds of crazy. So I brought the Junkers 52 back into service and flew. I alternated between this retrofit model and the base model. So I really enjoy it. It's not a difficult aircraft to fly, really. It has its little quirks, but once you know how to work, deal with all of everything, it's a great great plane to fly. So yeah, I really enjoy it. So once I got to Indonesia, when KLM did that route from Amsterdam to Indonesia, it took them a week. And I couldn't do all that in a week because they were due like 2 or 3 legs a day during the daytime, right? So I broke it up into smaller chunks, and it took a better part of I think from the spring into the fall, or through the fall, spring into basically the end of summer, just about. And so I was like, I like to keep flying the Junkers 52, so I was like, we'll do a tour across America in the Junkers 52. So yeah, we started off in New York, we went down the East Coast, across Florida, along the south there, through Texas and everything, up to California, through up to Seattle, and now we're making our way back east, kind of. We're just going to be kind of zigzagging until we get back to New York. So, yeah, but nobody flies this as, I think it's just like a historic thing. A lot of them are in museums now. They don't fly anymore. But there is a retrofit model Yeah, it is, but I really enjoy it because it's just a really cool plane to fly, I think. Um, so yeah, it's a lot of fun. Either one, whether you fly the retrofit model or the uh, the base model, it's not that bad. So the Fokker, on the other hand, hopefully they get that sorted out a little bit better here next year when I think they're working on some updates for it. But yeah, just it's yeah, just something fun to do. Thursdays right now we're doing Route 66. We're not following the route exactly, but we're going from airport to airport until we get all the way to the west coast there. And then on Fridays, I alternate between, I'm doing a Twin Beach flight around South America. Leg 2 will be this Friday. And then alternate Fridays, we're doing jetliner flights. On the 30th, we're going to do a flight from Chicago to Newark Liberty. So this is something different to do. So yeah, that's what I do here. Once a month, we already did it, but next year on one of the Saturdays in January, I'll do a jetliner flight. So for the folks who cannot fly with me during the week, if they want to fly, then we fly a jetliner flight on a Saturday. No, I don't have the new Newark scenery. It's just the base stuff. So on the Xbox, we don't have all that stuff. Has to go through Microsoft before it gets approved. So if there is stuff out there, I don't know if there is or not. If was early pay. Yeah, I didn't buy anything for Newark. I don't believe. What I discovered last week was that I have some smaller airports that I bought that conflict with the pushback stuff. Like all your tugs and everything. So it was like none of that stuff would spawn in, so I couldn't use it. So I had to delete all those little airports, and now the ground equipment shows up like it should. I don't know why, but I did some research, and everybody's like, well, if you've got add-on airports, delete them, and that should solve the problem. And lo and behold, that's what it was. Because I was like, why is my stuff not showing up? I mean, I tried airports all around the world, nothing. And so it turns out that's what it was. So, but yeah. Thank you for the follow, Airspeed Live, and thank you, Bad Turbulence, for the follow. Greatly appreciate that. Yeah. Yep. So I had to delete all that stuff out of remove it basically, uninstall it, kind of, so to speak, and everything's there now. So, thankfully. So yeah, we'll do a jetliner flight sometime in January on a Saturday. Just for folks who may not be able to, because I do have some folks who follow me who want to fly with me, but during the week it's just not possible. So, but yeah, we're doing that on the 30th, and then we'll get started on the new year. The following press on from there. Thank you all for coming. Greatly appreciate the raid, St. Greg. Nice to have you all here. We've got two more. We're on our way to our second navigation point, which is a vortac, 90 nautical miles away. And then we have another large chunk coming up to our third vortac. First time I took. Oh yeah, see, I was gonna do that. I use the stream 7 days a week, and what I discovered is it's very difficult to try to come up with stuff to do 7 days a week, and I was getting burned out. So I've kind of dialed it down to only 4 days: Monday, Thursday, Fridays, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I leave Tuesday open so that if I can't fly during the week otherwise, what I do is I'll just look at this thing just wants to nose over and just, goodness gracious. It's like I was getting pushed right towards the ground. So I leave Tuesday free so that if I can't fly one of those days, then I can move it to a Tuesday. So, and then I just leave the weekend open. If other people are streaming and I want to fly with them, that gives me the opportunity to do that, or just kind of play, do other stuff. So, yeah, that's true. Well, it's been pretty quiet today in my chat so far. Only a few people popped in. I think I've only had 3 chatters initially, and then you guys popped in. So, yeah, it's very strange. Like it's so hit and miss. Some days it's just like it gets very chatty, and other days it's just kind of like I feel like I'm talking to myself most of the time, you know. But but yeah, I really like doing this. I like the scenery. We're flying over some very nice mountainous areas here, and just trying to enjoy it. And yeah, boy, I'm getting pushed all over the place today. Even though I don't have the live weather on, it's yeah. A lot of my regulars aren't even here today. Which I can understand. It's when it's the holidays, your your attention goes elsewhere. So, um, but yeah, I have a core group of people that usually show up, are pretty regular here, and then I have a few people who come in sporadically. So I don't know what would happen if all 186 of my followers happen to show up. That would be a surprise for me, quite honestly. But yeah. But nice to have you all along. Nice to see you all here. Probably getting some ads right now, I think. Yeah, I think the ads are playing right now. So. But while you're all here, if you don't know, my fellow streamer, I don't know if you all know Scruffy Town. Do go give him a follow. And also, he's doing a young girl passed away a few weeks ago from she turns out she had terminal cancer, and by the time they caught it, I mean, maybe if they caught it earlier on, but it was just a very kind of a sudden thing. He's doing a he's doing a fundraiser for her family. Um, so if any of you can help out with that, it's greatly appreciated. If not, it's perfectly understandable. I know, times are tough for a lot of us financially, but if there's anything that you can do to try to help out with that, any amount at all, um, greatly appreciated. So, but yeah, he's doing a stream later today at some point, I believe. If he's not already live. I have to look at my other live list to see who's on. He might be live already. I don't know. I think he is. Let me look. No, he is not. Okay. So yeah, sometime later this evening, he's doing a stream to help rate. It's a charity stream for her and her family. So if you can go check that out and try to show as much support, love as possible, it's all greatly appreciated. And if you can donate any money, whatever you can give, if you can, it's also greatly appreciated. So it's just unfortunate that that happened right, in the lead up to the holidays, and so. We'll be back tomorrow, 7:10 Eastern. No, 6:45 Eastern, 11:45 UTC. I'm usually starting the stream about 15-20 minutes early, so that gives people time to come in. We can say hello, chit chat for a bit, and then I'll spawn in, and tomorrow we're going to fly from here to a little municipal airport just south of Salt Lake City. Probably be a lot less flying tomorrow than it is today. But, and I do have a Discord if you want to join. It's not a very chatty Discord. It's just a way for me to be able to communicate with you all. I post the schedule for the week there. If I have to cancel a stream for any reason, I also post, my cancellation in there as well. But I try to keep everybody informed of what's happening as best as possible. So this thing's flying. We nosedive. So, yeah, for those who want to join in on that, more than welcome to. And the multiplayer is always open. I should always be. I've been trying to check because I don't. Sometimes it changes without my knowledge, but I'm usually 99.9% of the time on the Southeast Asia server. So if anybody wants to fly along, you're more than welcome to. You don't have to fly the same plane as me. If you want to, you're more than welcome to, but if you're like, oh, I just want to fly around in a fighter jet, whatever, you're more than welcome to do that. So our second one should be in Boise, Idaho. Yep. Then we'll be on our way to our third down point. SBO. We do have the route as well. This is what we're flying today. So we're on our way to BOI, Boise. We're tacked there. And every once in a while, I do have story time. You all came in just as I was having story time, and usually it's stories of my time in the military, not anything grotesque or whatever. Just usually try to have something funny. So basically, I was telling the story that New Year or Christmas Eve, I was doing a convoy in Iraq, and it wasn't something I was planning on doing. It was just that the unit that we were replacing, I went ahead of everybody else, and so I agreed to go on a convoy with them, and luckily nothing happened. It was a very straightforward sort of thing that we did the convoy and we made it back. Nobody was injured or anything like that. But it was worrying for me because I kept thinking, oh, it's Christmas Eve, and if something were to happen, that means Christmas is going to be ruined forever for my mom and all that. And part of it too, and later on, one of my leaders said, I wasn't mad that you went. He said, the thing is that what you showed is that how can you tell your soldiers that they have to go on a convoy if you've not gone yourself? It's easy to tell somebody they got to do something, but if you've never done it yourself, then they're going to be like, well, what about you? How come you haven't gone? Kind of. So he said that gives you some validity with your soldiers that if you can do it, they can do it. But yeah, I did not sleep well the night before the convoy. I was just like, oh man, something happens. There goes Christmas for my mom. She may never forgive me for that. But anyway. Yeah, once we're on the ground, we'll wrap things up for the day. Still got lots of flying left. It said it was going to be about a 4-hour flight. I don't know if that's really going to be the case today or not, but we'll keep making our way there, and once we're on the ground, we'll park it and call it a day. Enjoy our rest of our Tuesday. Leading up to the holidays here at the end of the week. Excuse me. Just a minute, folks. All right. Oh, getting really off track here. Well, this wind in these mountainous areas are certainly pushing me all over the place, it seems, today. Just under 62 nautical miles to go. Second nav point there. If you're thinking about jumping in, Boise would probably be a good option if you want to fly the rest of the way with me. Otherwise, you're going to be playing catch up, and I don't know if there's a. I'm not sure what anybody would fly at this point. This will premiere over on YouTube tomorrow at about noon Eastern. I have to wait at least 24 hours before I can post it over on YouTube, so I get it set up to premiere usually about noon Eastern. Whenever I do a flight, I post it over there, and it's there for you to watch. You can always watch this again later from the very beginning if you want. You don't have to wait for it to show up over on YouTube. I like the retrofit model because we do get all this extra. We get this little trackers, our distance to our next navigation aid there. That helps out quite a bit. You know what I forgot to do? I just realized I have not picked the toggle back to where it should be. That might help a little bit. It's going to nose over. I just realized all this time I've been flying it, I never throttled back to. We should be more than halfway to our second. 26. So yeah, we're more than halfway to our first or second navigation. First one. On the chat there. See if anyone else has any questions or comments. For those of you who aren't tracking, there will be no marketplace update this week, so that Sobo and Microsoft are on their vacation with their families for the holidays. Next one, I believe, will be the 29th. Next marketplace update, and then the regular stuff will return on the 5th of January. So you have nothing this week of note. No updates at all, no new products, nothing like that. So for those of us on the Xbox, we're in limbo until the 29th, and certainly we're still in limbo until the 2023 on some other things that are. Well, hello, Mela. How are you? Happy Tuesday. I left over Portland for dinner last night once I got back from my long day up at Syracuse. Thought we weren't going to be there very long. I thought we'd be back by lunchtime. Turns out it was not the case. You're in New Jersey at the moment. Nice. It's been about a year, over a year since I've been in Newark, New Jersey for that shenanigan flight from Newark to Syracuse. The bumpy flight from hell. It was just funny. I was just looking at those pictures the other day that I took. Newark Liberty. That was when there was an issue. They had to there was a maintenance thing, and then they had to refile the flight plan. And because we didn't depart when we should have, we couldn't. They couldn't alter the plan enough to get us around or over the storm that was coming in, the bad thunderstorm. So we had to fly. They tried to get around the edge of it as best as possible, but it was, by the time we got there, it was already, we were going kind of, not all the way through it, but just enough that it was just one bumpy flight, and that poor woman that got sick behind me. Yeah, it was out of Newark Liberty. Because I flew from Savannah to Newark, and the aircraft was delayed, and then we were delayed on the tarmac again. We'd pushed back, and we started rolling over, and there was a maintenance issue, and they had to come out and fix that. And then at that time, the flight plan was no longer valid, and they had to refile it. They were like, we've asked for permission to go hire or try to alternate our route to get there. Uh, oh, I had an appointment up there at the hospital. Yeah, but mine didn't. I just had to wait for her because mine wasn't until like later in the morning. So, but the other guy, we thought he'd be done by the time I got done with mine, and then his got all kinds of goofed up, and so we were waiting on him, and finally he shows up, and then he wanted to eat real quick before we got on the road, and so we finally did, and it wasn't bad coming back. We didn't really hit any traffic or anything like that. So I had to, but it was just a lot of waiting and all that. But I was expecting to be home by 12:30, 1 o'clock ish, and we didn't get home until it was like 4 something by the time I got home. So I got home and then just grabbed some stuff out the fridge and had that to eat, and then chill for the rest of the evening. Went to bed kind of early because I was just wiped out. I was just wiped out from boredom mostly. Yeah, I had to go up there for an appointment that they couldn't do here. All right, just under 40 nautical miles to our second vortex there. We'll get on to our next long leg, and then we'll be on the ground before we know it. And then we'll have been in Nevada. I should have thought about it when I was in. I think we were in Mexico. Well, yeah, it would be kind of hard to do. Trying to come up with a way to get through all the lower 48 states it might be a bit of a challenge. We'll make it. Probably should put it at 9. I should have just guessed this thing all the way up before we departed. It's taking longer because we're not cruising at a decent speed here. So yeah, that's what I did yesterday. Really exciting stuff. Let's check something real quick, folks. Check. No, he has not been in today, Amela. Uh, if he has, he's lurked. He's not said anything, which is odd because normally if he's here, he does say hello. He'll probably pop in just as I'm getting ready to land as usual, you know. So I was telling him last night in Pulse's stream that we were gonna have story time, and we've had story time. So I don't know. Never know anymore with that young man. Bex was here earlier. Infidel Farman showed up for a bit. So did Chevy. He's changed his name. Yeah, so been quiet in the chat. No Mick at all. Mick might have lurked for a little bit, but Mick hasn't been here either. Guessing he's got family stuff going on, so he may not have time to even lurk. Nope, no Joseph. I don't know if anybody else is streaming that's got his attention. He wasn't streaming this morning when I got up, so I don't know. Never know. Oh, he might be watching that then. If he's even on, or if he's watching anything, he's probably watching Thompson. That's okay. That's all right. Like I say, he'll probably come in at the very end and go like, "Oh, I missed it." You know him, he's got to be all over the place, and if he's not, then something's not right. That's okay, though. It is what it is. Alright, 23 nautical miles to go to our second vortex. Second navigation aid. We had a VORDME, vortex. And we'll be on the ground. back tomorrow. 6:45 Eastern, 11:45 UTC. And we'll make our way towards Salt Lake City. Here from Winnemucca, Nevada. Yep. Yes. I believe it came out on the 8th of December. It wasn't on the 1st. I think it was the 8th. I'm positive it wasn't the 15th. I'm almost positive it was not last week. But I could be wrong. No, it might have been the 15th. Actually, no, I think it was because they said mid-January or mid-December was when there was going to be an update. Anyway, it was this month. So I think they kind of they've made a few changes to the flight model. I think they made it a little bit better. But this was the add-on. This was something that they put in here. Basically, all it is just a standard, like a GPS sort of thing. You could create a flight plan. We have an active one, so it'll show on the map there, and then it'll also show roughly where we are in accordance to our nav point there. So we're on our way to BOI, and then we'll go to SDO. So it does have like some information there, but I just keep it on the map. So it's pretty handy. It's very basic. Oh, it was free. It doesn't cost anything to put it in. The update for the Junkers was free. I think since this was a local Legends, there isn't anything that you would get charged for. Other than, I think they did kind of clean up some of the liveries for the aircraft. I thought we were going to get some new ones possibly, but I think the only way we're getting them is if somebody creates them and sells them in the marketplace on the Xbox side. There's just no. I'm sure there's already ones available on the PC for it that people have created elsewhere. Whether they're free or for sale, I don't know which, but I think that's an option for the PC folks, or you can create your own because you have that paint tool or whatever for the liveries. So yeah, none of that stuff is available on the Xbox. So, but no, it was just a part of the free update. They'd been working on it, and but I think this is going to get another overhaul next year when they do the aircraft and avionics update 1. I think this will get another update for the aircraft overall. I think they'll do a update for it. So I think I may be wrong, but I know there was like a list of stuff that for the first update that they already have that they're working on right now. Well, not right now this week, they're all on vacation, but there was like a list of stuff that is going to get an update of some kind 2023. But no, this was free. It's very basic. You can't move it other than you can move it this way. You can tilt it up or down. You can't tilt it like in a negative way, like facing down. You cannot tilt it to the left or the right. It's basically, it is what it is. Oh, nice. So yeah, there's not much to it, but it is handy because then you don't have to worry about, and you don't have to use it. You can turn it off. There is a power button But other than that, there's no other way to adjust it. That's the only way. But yeah. So yeah, that's the only drawback. No autopilot sort of thing on it either, at least not that I've seen. So it's just a matter of, it's just there for it. It is kind of handy because then you don't have to pull open this map or anything and try to get, figure out where things are and all that. So refresh here real quick, and then once we're past this navigation point here coming up, I'll take a little short break here. Continue on our way. I gotta do, let's see, 111. Next. Dial that in for our vortex there farther in the distance. Our last big chunk of the flight today. And once we get there, our airport will be to our port side, our left side. So once we get near that, we should be able to call in and tell them we're coming in. We're coming in from the from runway. It's 3. Runway 32, so we'll probably do a left pattern entry. I don't think it's towered at that airport there in Winnemucca. Northern Nevada. Once we do that, we'll take another break and we'll finish up this flight. Be done for the day. It's just under 7 nautical miles to go. Yeah, had a nice raid earlier. Sync rate came in with 51 folks about an hour ago. Picked up a couple of followers from that. Greatly appreciate it. A few of them are still sticking around here. Nice to have you all along. Welcome to the MPB Century. Agent Presta, hello, welcome. Have I ever been to Pennsylvania? Yes, I've been to Philadelphia. I've been to Scranton. That's about it. Welcome, Agent Presta. Nice to have you along. We are closing in on the last final leg of our flight here to Winnemucca, Nevada. We took off from Bert, Mooney in Butte, Montana. So we are on leg 28 of our flight across America here in the Junkers 52. We're in the retrofit model. Yeah, it is a beautiful plane. A lot of fun to fly. This has a little bit more options when this whole area here is part of the retrofit, and then we also get, excuse me, all this stuff here, and then we also get this little handy. It'll tell us our distance to our navigation aid once it picks up the signal. So yeah, really handy to have. Really enjoy it. So. Well, yeah, thank you for hopping in. Thank you for the follow. Oh, Kurt Deasy, thank you for the follow a moment ago. I recognize your name, Kurt Deasy, from Scruffy's stream. Welcome. How are you? Some familiar names and faces, or at least familiar names. I don't know about familiar faces, but yeah, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. We're on our way to Winnemucca, Nevada. And tomorrow we're going to head from Winnemucca over to what's it called? South Valley Regional, which is just south of Salt Lake City. So we're trying to land in airports that we've not been to before. That's part of our way of doing things here. 111. We're on a heading of 196. Yeah, this is the leg of 152 nautical miles. Once we're there at our final vortex today, our final navigation aid, and we'll be just kind of north of our destination. We'll call in, probably do a left pattern entry into Winnemucca. We'll go a little bit past the airport, turn left, come in, and we'll put it on the ground on the runway through there. And as always, I will be keeping an eye on, or I'll be focusing on landing. We'll catch up with the chat once we are on the ground and have the aircraft under control. So if I do miss anything in the chat, I apologize in advance. I used to try to do everything, try to land and all that kind of stuff, and it turns out that was not the best option. So, try to focus on landing, and once we're on it, we'll catch up with the chat. So, yeah. We're on our way. We don't have our signal yet, but once this goes live, we should have a rough distance there to our vortex, and then we'll and again, quick shout out. I want to, if you didn't hear earlier, for those of you who aren't I know Kurt Deasy and a lot of you guys follow Scruffy Tam, but he's doing a GoFundMe for this little girl's family. She passed away a few weeks ago now from terminal cancer. She was like only 10 years old. So he's trying to help raise money for her family, for the medical bills and everything. So if you can give anything at all, whatever you can give, if you can, it's greatly appreciated. He's going to be streaming later today for in support of that in support of a young lady and her family to try to raise money. So if you can't give anything, just try to stop into his chat there. and show some support if you can. Whatever you can do is greatly appreciated. So it's for us trying to rally the flight sim community to help this young girl's family in time of need. So. And another note, I'd like to give another shout out to Allie Baumgart. Is I know her from when I was a student and worked at the community college there. She's getting her bachelor's in film. I'm not sure which school she's at right now, but she's a phenomenal filmmaker. She posted over the weekend something, a short film that she did. So if you can follow her and show her some support, it's greatly appreciated. She does a lot of great work, and she's got some of her work already up there on YouTube. I'm sure she's going to post more as time goes on. So she does enter film festivals, I do believe, as well. So keep an eye on her. She's going places. So whatever if you can at least give her a sub over there on YouTube, greatly appreciated. Trying to help her grow her channel a little bit more, get her work a little bit more visible. I don't think she has like a Patreon or a PayPal account or anything she takes donations or anything, but at least go give her a sub, help her grow her channel and all that. So the great thing is we have a wide international audience. So wherever you are in the world, if you can give her some support and all that, watch her videos, give her some thumbs up so that her work gets noticed. It's all appreciated. Oh, I think I am going to take a short break now since we seem to have calmed down a little bit here in the aircraft. So I'm gonna take a moment away again, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright, let's take a look at our airport there. 4300 feet elevation. Coming in at about 55, let's say 6,000 feet, I think we should be less than that. We'll, dome lights like that, since the sun's up now. Right. So still haven't picked up our signal just yet. This is 152. So we'll get this. So yeah, we'll figure out roughly where we are. This little river bed here. Oops. I guess. We're not too far out of Boise. There's that river. Yeah, I can see that on our sky vector chart. So yeah, we're not too far out of Boise. So oh. Oh, there he is. He is live now. Soxia streamer is live over on Twitch. So what we could do, we're gonna try this, and I've never tried this before. Well, see, I don't know how it works since I'm not on the PC. If I raid somebody, oh, thank you, Bella, appreciate that. Yeah, she's really awesome. Really, really enjoyed interacting with her when I was a student, and also when I was working. I was working in the dark room when she took the beginning photo class. So her work was really, really good. She's got a really good eye. So yeah, so yeah, when I saw that, I let her know, and she hasn't. I don't know if she saw what I wrote, or she probably doesn't recognize me since what she may recognize, but yeah, I told her that I'd try to help her grow her channel. So yeah, do go. Scruff's out there flying around for the fundraiser for Ava. Yeah, she's got a really good eye. She's one of the few people I think in the comms department, because that covered like filmmaking and all that kind of stuff. I think she's gonna go places. She's a hard worker. Just keeps trying and is always seeking to improve her craft, filmmaking. So. Yeah, I think she's gonna go places. But Scruff is streaming, so if you can, pop over and say hello to him this morning and show him some love, helping this family out. I'll be heading over there and watching him once we conclude our flight. I've got him on in the background. Once again, that's the GoFundMe for the young girl who passed away. He's trying to help raise a little bit, whatever money he can. Anything you can do is Yeah, it is unfortunate to see somebody so young, just starting to live life, and you yeah, it's rather unfortunate. You know, poor Scruff was when he was really just starting to rally the community to start doing something for her, and then he found out she passed away. I think it's been about maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks. I'm not sure, but yeah, he was really heartbroken over that. And I think any parent would be to see somebody so young pass away. And it was all rather sudden. It wasn't like it was a progression or anything. It was just they took her to the hospital and then bam, it just all went unfortunately down. So, yeah, he's just trying to do what he can to help the family out. It's a local family for him, so. So yeah, just trying to help him do what he can to support the family. And, like I said, I know for many folks, it's money's tight for a lot of folks, but if whatever you can give, he'll greatly appreciate it. Yeah, so yeah, she passed away a week ago. So oop, I'm getting way off track here. Oops, daisy. Still no signal yet. What? Ooh, this thing really wanting to climb now. Okay. Oh, goodness. 1 minute's going right. The next minute's going left. And then it's going right. I wish I had the means to really put a dent in that donation. mean, if I really had the means, I would just take care of the bill straight up, and that'd be the end of that. But unfortunately, I don't have those means. But hopefully, together in the community, we can at least try to put a dent in it. How long he's got the GoFundMe open for, but I'll keep trying to. The rest of this week, I'll keep trying to plug it. So hopefully, and if you know anybody who can help out, please spread the word as well. Still no signal yet. Got to be at least 100. Well, not 100. Probably at least almost 30 nautical miles into this lake now. Might as well do this too. I'm thinking about it. Get this picture. Hold on a second. Yeah, oh, that's what I was going to talk, Saturday, is it Saturday? Yeah, Saturday I did do a flight, for, Parasox Air, the airline that, Scruffy started, almost a month ago now, virtual airline. I did do a flight, from, Los Angeles up to, San Francisco. We got to fly over lovely Laguna Seca Raceway there. I know, so it used to be called Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca, and then the company called WeatherTech, which is the main sponsor for the WeatherTech sports car series, they are now the main name there at Laguna Seca. I don't know. I don't like all this buying out and changing names and stuff like that. It's just, it's always going to be Laguna Seca to me, regardless of who. I just remembered always being Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. But it's now WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Just like I always think of, for the track there at Sonoma for many years was Infineon Raceway. Anyways, yeah, so it was nice. I was trying to pick out like points of reference, you know, any kind of visual, so I knew roughly where I was. And I was like, no, we got to be near Monterey soon. I'm positive we're gonna go over it. And then I saw, I'm like looking, I'm like, it's got to be it. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, yay, there's the track. I know, goofy to get excited about something like that, but I love the area. If I could afford it, I would definitely live near the raceway there. Even if I won the lottery, I don't know if I could afford the homes, and plus the property taxes and all that. Do have some nice houses in that area, though. Yeah, I'm guessing we'll probably be almost halfway there, or maybe even more than halfway there before we get the signal there on our little this needle will go live, and then we'll have the distance. Do appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out today. Thank you again to Sync Rate for your raid earlier. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you for the follows, everybody. Agent Presta, Kurt Deasy, Bad Turbulence, and Airspeed Live. Welcome everybody to the research. So we're at 30%, 36% fuel right there. I'm gonna try to keep it on that. We're probably gonna be just about in fumes when we land. We're gonna be pretty close to it, I think. So may have just about underestimated a tiny bit on the fuel. We really get pushed around now with this. The winds coming out of these hills and whatnot. If we're really near flat land, I'm hoping we would have started picking up our signal by now, but that Vortec might be pretty low powered. May not have the range to get all the way out here. I'm guessing we got to be at least at 110 nautical miles left, maybe 120. I just had some donuts this morning. I'll eat once we're wrapped up and all that for the day. Just yeah, I got those bag of little chocolate donuts. Munched on some of that when I got up this morning and had my coffee. But I'm fine. I'm not like feeling super hungry or anything right now. But yeah, I'll have something later. I'll probably have a late breakfast or lunch. Ooh, nice eggs. You know, it's funny because we were at the driver who brought me up to Syracuse yesterday. We were kind of hanging in. They don't call it the cafeteria, they call it the canteen. There at the hospital, and we were talking about how, you know, it used to be years ago, he said, you know, you come in and you get some food here, it was actually pretty decent. And he said one time I was here, I was hungry, I had some breakfast, and he said, oh, I was not, my stomach was not having it for a couple days. Yeah. Why don't you get something to eat? I said, no. I brought a couple granola bars with me. It was they have like a van. So there's a group called the Disabled DAV, who they're all volunteers, and they take veterans to appointments. Like if you can't, like I can get to the clinic downtown, no problem, because that's not a very far. If the weather's good, I can walk down there, you know. But getting up to Syracuse, uh, if you don't want to drive, you don't have to. They'll come and pick you up, or they'll say, "Can you, you know?" Uh, so like he picked me up near my apartment, and then we had to pick up somebody else, and then we went up to Syracuse from there. Um, so yeah, you just have to let them know at least a week in advance of your appointment, and then like the night before your ride, the driver will call you and say, "Hey, I'll pick you up at this time. What's a good location or anything like that?" Like, I just tell them to meet me at the quick fill next door because it's just easier for me to walk over there than for them to try to park right out here in front of the complex. So, yeah, they're all volunteers that do that service. So, but they're short on drivers, so they only can go so many days out of the week. But if you can't reschedule, so like Fridays they don't have anybody scheduled on Fridays to drive. But if you have an appointment and if that's the only day that doctor can see you or that clinic can see you, then somebody will do it. But yeah, they're trying to get it so that it's only so many days out of the week. So yeah, it helps out. The drive, he was pretty cool. I never rode. That was the first time I think I rode with him. So, ridden, whatever. First time he's been a driver. He's probably been driving for a while. It's just I've never had him as a driver. So, yeah. But you have to wait till everybody's done before you can leave. So that's what kind of happened yesterday. It took a little bit longer because the other guy that came up with us, he had to do some other stuff that he wasn't planning on. So that took longer than we had anticipated, but there's not much you can do about it. Like he said, "Well, thanks for being understanding." I said, "Well, there's no point in being upset about it. It's nothing that any of us could have done." So, that's the reality of it. I did dial that in, right? 111.4. Let's double check, make sure I'm on the right frequency. I think I am. Yep. All right. Make a boo-boo with that. But yeah, it's pretty handy. It's just that sometimes if your appointment is later in the morning, you're just basically going to be sitting around until. So that's basically what I had to do, was just kind of wait around until it was time for my appointment. Yeah, I'll eat here a little bit. I'm hoping we would get our. Let's have a look here and see if we can't figure out where we are now. I thought by now we would have picked up the. Gotta be out of here, so. Let's see. Let's have a look. See how far are we from KROM. Oh, well, Okay, we zoom all the way out. It looks like we are almost, we're about halfway there, it looks like. Now, there's supposed to be a little airport near here, not too far from above us. KREO, not Rome, KREM, KREO. I'm not seeing it. Oh, there it is. Okay. REO, right there. So, based on that, if that's in sight and we're almost below it, we should be about halfway to our. Yeah, I think we're about halfway there. I gotta get back on track here. This is what happens when you start trying to figure out where you are. Oops. And the plane starts going on its own way there. So yeah, we should be about halfway there. So I think we have 70-something nautical miles. 75, 80 maybe. So we should be about halfway or more there. So we're just under halfway, give or take. So we're almost there, folks. We're getting. So we've been flying for 2 hours and 40 minutes now. We did stream first for about 20 minutes before I spawned in. So hopefully we get that signal soon, and we'll know exactly how much we have left. We'll be on the ground soon. Keep an eye on that fuel. I'm gonna cheat just a smidge here. I'm just gonna add like 5 pounds in. 5 pounds. Go to 37%. So I should have probably gone to 90 just to be on the safe side, but I didn't. I put in 85 for our flight. I think that 90 would have been the more appropriate level. All right, so they know we're heading there, so we still don't have. So we got to be pretty close to it. Once they say the name or the 3-letter code, then we know we're getting closer to that nav point there. Let's see. Rome States. Right. So we got to be getting there. We're almost there, folks. We're getting. But I think because of the what little bit of mountains here, plus that vortex may just not be very powerful to reach out. We're almost there. Ruff is flying somewhere in South Africa. He's flying the Wilga, which has been out on the PC I think for a couple weeks now. So he's got the smoke coming out the back. Pretty quiet flight. Just a few little hiccups here and there. Trying to keep the plane on track and keep us at a reasonable altitude. Tomorrow we'll be back at it, and we'll head towards Salt Lake City tomorrow morning. Hopefully, I don't think that one will be too long of a flight. Hopefully we'll have a tailwind behind us, and that'll get us there just a smidge quicker. And we'll call it a day. Thursday we'll be back on the Route 66 flight. Gallup to Flagstaff. I think that's a pretty decent leg. I'm not sure what I'll fly yet for Thursday. And Friday we'll be in Twin Beach down in South America. We're going to go from Venezuela to okay. Oh boy. So we're going from Venezuela into, Guyana. Should be a nice little flight tomorrow down there. See some nice scenery. Or not tomorrow, I mean Friday. Still nothing. Alright, let's have a look. Let's zoom out now. Alright, so Rome Airport is still somewhere off in the distance. Probably somewhere over there to our right. I don't see any landing lights or anything, so it's hard to... I would have thought, yeah, we would have gotten some kind of a oh boy. Crashed. No, he's gonna slew the aircraft back in the air. Oh, there's our needle. We have 57. Okay. Finally. Just looked at that. Our needle finally came alive. Yay, us. All right, fine. So we're under 60. All right, 56 nautical miles to go. So we're definitely more than half. Fine. Thank you once again, everybody coming in and hanging out today, spending time with us. Nice to see you all here. Thank you again. The raid. Thank you for the new followers. Let's see. Let's have a look here. I think I know where this uniform is. Is right. Okay, yep, I see it. All right. Almost 3 hours. We'll be streaming for 3 hours 20 here soon, but we've been in the air for about 3 hours, so I think we'll get there soon enough. This last bit of chunk out the way, we'll be on the ground. I'll be over Scruffy's stream until he's done. I'm not sure how long he's streaming for today. Haven't heard from Mix. I don't think we're doing the farm this week. I'm going to step away for just a quick second, folks. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that, folks. I got a little distracted there. Oh, shoot. Did we turn around? We did. Look at... How in the world did that happen? Oh, my goodness. How in the world did that happen? We turned all the way around, heading the wrong direction. Wow. Okay, well, that's what I get for not being back to the controller here a little bit quicker. So, oops, shoot. Wow, okay. Did not expect that to happen. That's okay, Mela. I was distracted. I was trying to look for something that I thought it was right near me, and it wasn't, and I don't know where I put it. This is something I need to take care of once we wrap the stream up for the day. And that's all right. It's not... This is one of those things that I think I just focused on for too long, and I just didn't realize that the plane had turned around and going the wrong direction. I don't get it. All right, well, that's right. We got it fixed. Heading that direction. Okay. See, I thought for sure we would have been a lot closer by now, but that's what we get for not for getting distracted. So. That's good. Oh, see, boy, this thing is it is not wanting to stay on the right direction here. It's just wanting to go all over the place now. Jeez Louise. Alright, let me just focus on getting this thing on the ground and then deal with other stuff later. Because we're spending too much time flying around in a circle here. Yeah, look at that. 40-something nautical miles. We're just burning gas. Alright, let me just put another 10% in here. Because otherwise we're going to be out of luck here at the rate we're going. Oh boy. Supposed to be professionals here. Who's flying this plane? It's supposed to be professionals here. Anyways. Yeah, we should have been a lot closer. And that's my mistake. This is what happens when you fly a plane that normally it's pretty stable, but going through these mountains, I think all this wind and whatnot coming through this area here just totally threw the plane off. The plane wasn't very happy. Yeah, I was looking. The other day I came home and I thought I have like a little fleece beanie, right, that I wear outside, and I was looking for it, so because sometime today I'm going to try to run over to Walmart, and I was just trying to get it ready, set it over by my jacket so that once I get ready to go, everything's already there, and it's like I couldn't find it, and I'm like, it was just here the other day. I wore it inside. I remember taking it off. I took off because I had to wear my little face mask while I was in the van, and I know I had my beanie on. I remember putting it on, and then I walked to the entrance, and as I got out, I walked away from the van. I took my mask off, and then, but I don't know what I did with the beanie, and it's not where I thought it was. So I'm like, where'd it go? I know I had it. So I don't know, and I just got distracted looking for it. So of course the plane decided to do its own thing with the wind and whatnot. So that's fine. It is what it is. It's not the end of the world. I'll find it. I'm sure it's just not where I expect it to be and all that. We should have been much closer if it had been for us turning around and going back the way we came, kind of. See, now this thing wants to climb. This is the weirdest thing. Oh my goodness. It feels like a Monday, but it's Tuesday. Well, you do. I'm sure. I probably set it down and thought I put it in one place. It's I know I'm not wearing it because I'm like, wait, I'm not sure it's not on my head. Nope, it's not there for sure. Never dull moment. All right, let's see if it's on the list yet. There it is, right there. Oh, before we do this, let's take a look here and see how the wind's looking now. If the wind's there. So now I'm not getting any kind of retard data. Okay, that's fantastic. Now it just wants to keep giving me the same. Okay, well, that's terrific. Now I can't get the... Okay, hold on a second, folks. I'm gonna have to... Where did it go? I had it. I think it's saved. Oh, I know where it is. Oh, I know where it is. It's on Nope, I think their system is down. Okay, well, hold on, let me look at another. Wind is out of... Okay, so we want to go going north, so we want to head south, so we want to go runway... Oh boy, sorry folks, this is not going the way I thought it would today. We want to go runway 14. Oh my goodness. So basically what we're going to do, we got 23 nautical miles to our VOR. So what we're going to do from here is we're going to turn right in towards runway 14. I think their website's down. But according to the wind, from what I'm looking at here, the runway, or it's 6 miles an hour heading north. So we're gonna go in on 14. We should be facing into the wind roughly. Probably a bit of a crosswind. Let's see if I can do it. Alright, well, their system might be down today, so... So yeah, we'll turn in. We're just gonna go straight in. We're not gonna do a downwind left or anything like that. We're just gonna go straight in from our vortex. How did that? Oh my goodness! We suddenly went full throttle. I wonder why this thing's acting up. Oh, yay. Definitely gonna need to eat something. I think I'm starting to bottom now. I'm gonna muscle through it and get there. Heading of this. Boy, my internet is just like suddenly everything is just bogged down. I don't know what's going on, but oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, we're almost there, folks. We're getting there. All right, we got to get down to about 7,400 feet here. We only from here, it's like a 32 nautical mile run from our VOR or our vortex to our runway somewhere over yonder. Got to be at about 7,400 feet to line up for our approach, or to be where we need to be. All right. One of the things I need to get better at is to check like halfway through if we pick a runway and then the weather's changed, if we can change a different runway. That's what we should be doing. It's one of those lessons learned. Not be waiting and trying to do all this stuff at the last minute. It's my fault for being a dummy today. Better. Should be flying better by now. I know better by now. I'm going to put a little bit of flap down, even though it's kind of early still in the... I want to get a little bit of flap down so we're set speed-wise. Should be. It's like 144. It should be, I think it's right. I'm saying we're flying right over it, so you are right. So it should be... Alright. on. There is a VOR there at the airports. What is it? 1082. I don't know why it didn't pop that in as all right. We have 29. Okay. Sorry, folks. I'm trying to like bounce back and forth here. This is the hard part of streaming on a little laptop and through an Xbox, trying to keep track of information and go and find stuff to help us get to our destination. It's not easy. I tend to forget to go back to the chat sometimes. So I apologize in advance for those of you who put anything in. Not that anybody has, but I may inadvertently miss stuff, so I apologize in advance if I do. See, when the day comes, I get a PC. Hopefully, I can figure out a better way to show stuff and be able to pull up information. It doesn't get away from. I've got so many windows open, trying to bounce around between all that information. It can be a bit much. I don't know what happened. I had the METAR data, like there was nothing. I don't know if the runway thing, the runway airport DB.io there, if their system is down. But I checked it this morning when I was able to find the airport, so I don't know what happened. But we'll all right, 25 knots. That's where we are. We're gonna make it. Yeah, I should have just filled the tanks all the way up with fuel this morning. We departed. Underestimated. Alright, let me focus on landing, folks. I'll be back in the chat once we're on the ground and got the aircraft under control here. Oh, there's our pattern there. We're just going to go straight in. Nice, usual nice flat approach in. Come right in through here. All right. Excuse me. Turn this off. Ooh, bump, little bump, little bump. Oops, a daisy. On behalf of myself and the entire flight crew, we'd like to welcome you to Winnemucca, Nevada. Local time is 7:46 in the morning. Ooh, up, 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 up. We understand and appreciate the fact that it's near the holidays, and usually that means people are otherwise engaged, but we're glad you chose to spend some time with us today. You join us tomorrow in Euchre 52 as we leave from here and head towards Salt Lake City. There to the east. 6:45 Eastern, 11:45 UTC. Thanks, Samela. That was all right. I think I kind of goofed it there towards the end, but we made it. So, yeah. Not quite the landing I was hoping for, but it was all right. Yeah, I wish I could have should have validated the wind and made sure that we were coming in on the right runway there. It was kind of a kind of guessed it on coming in from 1-4 instead of coming in from right there on this runway there. That's all right. Stuff happens in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I don't know why why that website suddenly was not giving me any kind of option for the wind. It's like it just suddenly didn't want to work. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I enjoyed it too. Just didn't like the fact that we got turned around for no particular reason, other than the plane just decided to do its own thing. And with the wind, they worked in conjunction to try to screw me over. But we made it. It's fine. It is what it is. And come up here and find a place to park, and we'll call it a day. Back tomorrow, and yeah, wasn't too bad. Could have done better. Could have done better. Should be doing better by now. Absolutely should be, I think. But it's all right. Always learn from the mistakes. Kick your own butt. Those little mistakes cannot be acceptable anymore. I think at this point we need to be doing a lot better. We need to be professionals. That's the key. We have to be professionals here. No, try to be professional, but we might miss the mark every once in a while. So that's okay. It is what it is. Try to be better tomorrow than we were today. That's all we can do. Oh, I think I see a good parking spot right over there. Today's parking spot brought to you by Shell. Is that Shell aviation gas there? It looks like a Shell colored vehicle. We'll have a look here in just a moment. I'm curious now. Let's go take a look here real quick. And then we'll wrap things up. Yeah, look at that. Shell aviation fuel. And total. Look at, we got two. Oh, who's the cheaper one? Oh, we actually have three. Two totals and a Shell. All right, who's going to... Four of them now. We got 4 fuel trucks. Look at that. Everybody wants my business. Look at that. I don't know. Who's the cheapest and who's the best? That's what I want to know. Where did 4 fuel trucks show up from? All right, let's get the engine get the engines off here. Get our lights off. And let's see, 1, 2. Wait a minute. Why didn't it should have shut off? Oh, come on now. Don't tell me this thing isn't going to cooperate today. Okay, well, I guess it's not going to stop here on its own. All right, well, that'll do it for today, folks. I greatly appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out today. Thank you again for the raid. Thank you, Agent Presta, Kurt Deasy, Bad Turbulence, and let me make sure I get it right. Airspeed Live for the follows, and thank you, Sync Rate, for the raid earlier today. Thank you all. Do enjoy the rest of your Tuesday morning, afternoon, evening, early Wednesday. It's early Wednesday somewhere in the world. I have been and always shall be your host and pilot, Uncle B. Until tomorrow, peace, live long and prosper.